Oh. Hello guys, how are you all? So this wasn't actually meant to be a stream for me. This is just me just chucking on there what I'm doing. In fact, I'm going to put me down there. Or down there. Let's put me down there. So yeah, I've just I got the resin this morning. Just want to check, guys. Can you hear me okay? Can't. Let me just check my mic settings. I should be okay. Yeah, so I just thought I got the resin this morning, but I'm still waiting on the alcohol. But I got this. I've got 2 bottles of resin. One's water soluble, and one is IPA. Like ABS? It's called an ABS like. To be honest with you, I don't. If this print comes out okay, I don't think I'm going to bother using the ABS because it's. I don't know how much you can. I keep asking people roughly how many kilograms of resin can you print before you have to change a 7, because the wash station is like 7.5 litres. You don't have to fill it right up, you just have to fill it enough just to cover the print. But obviously it's going to get very mucky right on the very first print, but you can still wash with it. And the only real advice I've had is once it gets to the point where your prints aren't getting clean, you need to change the IPA. Well, obviously I've never printed anything before, so I don't know. In theory, I don't know what clean is and what not clean is. But obviously water, I can change that. I could do one print, wash it, and then change the water. Obviously there are safety features, safety precautions. You can't just chuck that water down the sink. But I've had a word with. I sent an email to the local council. Excuse me, and I said, look, in fact, I'll get the email. I'll read it word for word then. Just bear with me because I have so many junk emails come through. Emails that I write just come. Oh, it's because I put it in a different directory, didn't I? Sent purchases 3D prints. Right, there we go. Here we go. So I sent the email. I'm about to begin 3D resin printing as part of a hobby, and a byproduct will be that I wash resins figures in water. Over a shortish period of time, this water becomes full of resin and requires disposal. How can I dispose of it? Do I take it to the tip, or shall I pop it in my black wheelie bin? Black is landfill. So I got a reply back a couple of days later, and it says, I can advise that you would need to place the water into a sealed container and into a sealed bag, and then this can be placed into your domestic bin. So I said to my friend, I went, oh right, so now I need to get some containers. And she said, well, what's wrong with milk bottles? And I'm like, you're right, I get through 4 pints of milk every couple of days, so all I have to do is keep me milk bottles, and then all I need to do is seal it. And then I'm thinking what I might try and do, I might have a little play. I've got a little UV pen with the cure station. It comes with a little UV pen. You plug it into the side and you can actually direct. I suppose if you've got a miniature that's not cured very well on one bit, you can just hit it with a pen, which obviously is going to be handy for model making. But what I thought about doing perhaps is when I fill the milk bottle up with resin water, maybe just drip a little bit of resin, do the lid up as much as I can, drip a little bit of resin over it, and then just hit it with a pen, and that's going to seal it, isn't it? And then I'll probably wrap it in cling film, and then I'll put one bit of sellotape around it, and then I'll put a label, I'll print some labels off saying something like this contains resin, a mix of resin in water, and has been disposed of has been disposed of under guidance of South Lanarkshire Council. And then put my house number and the postcode, maybe, I don't know. So if anyone wants to kick a fuss off. So I keep looking at the printer because 67%. So now obviously with IPA at some point it's going to get completely clogged up. Lord Peter Webb says my wash bucket holds 8 litres and washed about 7 kilograms of prints and never changed it just to top up. Well, the thing is, the first resin I looked at, I was looking at 2 kilogram bottles, because obviously 2 kilograms is cheaper than 1 kilogram per kilogram, and there was £4 difference between the water washable and the ABS, and I thought, well, okay, alcohol costs whatever much. I found a company. Where is it? Here we are. Right. Let's do a share. So this is the cheapest that I found alcohol for, if I can bring it up. £45 for 25 litres. Now, what I want to know is if I'm going to use more than £4 of that per kilogram, per 2 kilograms of resin used, then I'm better off with a water washable. But looking at, I mean, the resin I've now found, let me find it if I can. Let's stop. Oh God, I might stop sharing. Ah, okay, hide that. Right, show on. Sorry, I've got so many things open. Right, Amazon. Right. So let me show you the resin that I've got. Let me get rid of that. I've got too many windows open. Too many sharing windows. Right. Ignore that. Ignore that, because when I type Amazon, you know your browser always it auto completes, and that's something I looked at ages ago. Right. So this is the ABS like resin, and 2 kilograms is £30, which is obviously cheaper than 1 kilograms. Not by much, but by a couple of quid. So £30. But if I've only bought 1 kilogram this time, by the way. So 2 kilograms. Oh, actually the price has changed again. So it's 39p difference between the, but even if you look at the full price, oh, the full price is £38.99. So even if you look at full price, and the full price of the ABS is, oh, that is full price. So even at £8 difference, I don't know. I think that might make, I don't know. So then what's thrown me is people are saying, oh, you don't want water washable because water washable is more brittle. And then I'm thinking, well, the purpose of me printing is to print miniatures. And unless I press really hard with my paintbrush, you know, brittle resin doesn't break itself, does it? If it's sat on the shelf with a layer of paint over it, it's not going to break. So, I mean, obviously it's not, no resin is going to be as flexible as plastic. But I mean, the washing is so much easier. I didn't realise this, but my 3D printer's got a little hole in the back and 4 holes for 4 little holes for screws. So all I have to do is get a bracket and I've got, now it's not smelling at the moment. I don't know if you can see it on the actual print. Whoops, done that the wrong way around. Swap it. Okay, that's not going to swap, is it? So I don't know if you can see in the corner, you can see the logo, the Mars logo. That's because it's embossed on the enclosure. Athol McNichol, how are you? So yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be brittle, Peter, and 100% infill might well help. But if you've got a little figure with a sword, that sword is going to be brittle. But they're all little bits that. But like I say, you're not going to be pressing hard. You know, if you're pressing hard enough with your paintbrush that you're snapping swords off, I think you really want to evaluate your style of painting. Obviously, dry brushing might be an issue. But then I tried to stay away from dry brushing because, well, the reason I tried to stay away from dry brushing is it leaves it a little bit chalky looking, which isn't so bad if you're going to put a wash over the top. But also Phil's Model Making is joining us. Hello, Phil. How are you? Yeah, but I've just discovered a new technique where you don't rub your brush on a kitchen towel. You actually make what they're calling a texture palette, and you keep painting on the texture palette. Athol says, I am very sore, split nail on my right. Oh, do you know what? You know, people can be in car crashes and shot with a gun, but I say the 3 worst pains is standing on an upturned 3-pin plug, a paper cut, and a split nail. I don't care what anyone says. So yeah, the smell isn't too bad, but what I've noticed is that when I take the enclosure off, I get that waft. So after today, I'm probably not going to touch them. I'm probably going to move the printer. I've got a spray booth just to the left of me. Excuse me. And there's a window. And because I've got an extractor fan for the spray. In fact, I might put it in the spray booth. I don't think it's going to quite fit in the actual spray booth. But obviously that won't be a good permanent solution, because if I put it in the spray booth, I've got to move it out of the spray booth every time I paint. Yeah, I like that Rook. Oh, it's got a big hole in it. I don't know if it's meant to have that hole in it. Well, if it's not meant to have the hole in it, it will notice, won't we? Yeah. So obviously I can't have it in the spray booth, because if it's in the spray booth, I can't print anything. Sorry, I can't airbrush while I'm printing anything. So that's not a good solution. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm just playing. I kicked my little toenail up and it bled like mad, but fell off later. They do that, don't they? When I was a kid, I caught my thumbnail, and I was a little bit worried about it. I'd had stitches in it, and I was a bit worried because it was really soft. And I thought, oh, is my nail damaged? Turns out it just fallen off. And I think it's kind of a defense mechanism, isn't it? Oh, this nail's screwed. Let's just get rid of it and we'll just grow another one. So, but yeah, it's meant to have those holes. Yeah. But I do like the camera function. And then what I'll do is, I mean, this camera that you're looking at the print on, if it's the Creality Rock, it has, oh, okay, then it has it is, no, it's not, it's the Elegoo. But it might be the same print, but it's just a chess piece. Let me see if I can, because I can't access the file. Yeah, there's no way of me seeing it. I can pull up on screen what I'm printing, but I can't actually see the file. I can send, this is really well, I didn't think this was going to work. My PC is connected to my internet via Ethernet. The reception in this particular room isn't particularly great, which is why I have the Ethernet. Phone reception, phone on the Wi-Fi is adequate, but I don't work my phone as hard as I do my computer. Obviously I just use Facebook and emails and stuff like that, but I do notice my emails come through on my PC before my phone, but that might just be normal. But the printer's got Wi-Fi built in. I don't think much of the keyboard. You got to type your password in for the Wi-Fi, and the keys are like really, the buttons are really tiny because it's a touch screen, isn't it? So I might just invest in maybe a stylus or something, or see if a pen works, because it's damn annoying. You press an S and an A comes up, so you hit the delete button and then you press it again and a D comes up, and you're like, no, this isn't working. But yeah, it's handy. But obviously what I need to do is, if I pulled that piece across a little bit, you might get a better view of it. It does say that it's a good little camera. It says on it that I've downloaded that Chitu Manager, and that's why I'm able to show you the stream. And it says on there, I can't do a time lapse because I'm guessing I couldn't do a time lapse because the print had already begun. But it said something about you can't do a time lapse below 30 millimeters, and then once it hits 30 millimeters, it will take a time lapse picture every 10 layers or 30 layers or something. But the thing is, I have no idea what the settings are on this. Once I get a print sorted out, I'll start a print off. I won't stream until the next print is done. But I'll have a look at the next print once I know this works fine, which will be about 25 minutes, sorry, about 15 minutes after it's printed, because I read a Reddit post. All I can do is just put what I can find on the internet and then work it out from there. So it says most prints you can put it in the wash station for 5 minutes. That should be enough. Take it out, make sure it's shiny, not shiny. If it's not shiny, then you put it in the cure station, and then you put it in for 5 minutes again. If it's not ready, you put it in for another 5 minutes. But it looks like a basic rule of five or two, or or one. But I'm guessing once I have a bit of experience, it's like cooking, isn't it? I was doing myself some potatoes yesterday, and I pulled some of the potatoes out and had a little squeeze of it, and I went, yeah, that needs 2 more minutes. If you've never boiled potatoes, you don't have that ability to say that. So give me 6 months, I'll be looking at a print and going, yeah, that wants another 2.5 minutes, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I think it does it in increments of 15 seconds. But I'll stick it in for a wash. To be honest with you, I am fully expecting. Peter said that he's got a very good success rate on his prints. When I got my, I call it a PLA printer. Is it called an FDM? Is the official name? The one with the PLA reel. When I got my printer, I think I went a little bit in the deep end a bit. I got a big bed printer. It was my first ever printer, and I think I was printing on that every spare minute I had, and I think it took me about a month before I managed to get a good print out of it. Sorry, not a good print, a successful print. And I was playing with so many settings, and I nearly threw the whole printer out the window. And I remember Horlick's helping me, and he says, well, let me send you a load of my settings, You know, I didn't know what was wrong. It could have, there's so many things, so many factors. It could be your settings, it could be your bed, it could be the hairspray you're using. You know, maybe the hairspray that you're using isn't good enough. I bought print beds for it, and of course one thing I didn't realise until Horlicks pointed it out, a bigger bed is harder to level. And then once you have a bigger bed, if you're using the edge of the bed, then obviously, you know, if it's out by 1/10 of a millimetre, it's not going to work, is it? It'll print over there, but it won't print over there. And then with more experience, I could look at prints and I could see what the problem was. And it, you know, I started to get a little bit better at it. And I mean, I'm not 3D printed in ages, but it got to a point where 3D printing on a big bed was quite easy. Now, what I always say is, to have experience, you need to try different things. So, for example, people say this water-soluble resin is brittle. Well, as of this moment, that's the only resin I've ever used, so I've got nothing to compare it against. So I may over time try fancy resins or cheap. Yeah, Pritt Stick's fine, but I'm a little bit lazy with the cleaning. I didn't. If you use hairspray, when you do a periodic clean, I'm going to sound really gross here, but I used to love the way that if you wipe it with, get yourself a sponge with washing up liquid in it, washing up liquid and water, and you wet this and you scrape it, it comes off like snot, and it's just quite amusing, and you can just pick it off and drop it in the bin. But I resorted to print beds, printing mats, and I think the print mats are fantastic. And I just love the way that what you do is you print on it and you leave it a couple of minutes to cool down, and these 3D printers cool really quickly. You pick the mat up and then you just bend the mat and the print just flies off. Experience is something you get about 10 seconds after you actually need it. Yes. Well, so this printer, I've done everything wrong. If you switch the printer on, if you leave it switched off for more than, I'm going to say more than 5 minutes, when you switch it on, it does a self-test. I don't know what the self-test actually is, but it does some kind, it says self-test. I assume it's doing a self-test, it's not lying to me. All I did was I stuck the, magnetic print beds. That's what I'm looking at getting. Especially with this being water washable, because it's just going to be so easy to clean, isn't it? I can actually put the print bed, because I was reading the instructions, because I read the instructions after I use it on one of those. So this is the instruction booklet. I know you can't see it, but this is the wash and the cure station. And I've got, let me get them, guys, and I'll show you. No, I can't show it to you. Oh, that's a little bit honky. So the wash station comes, let me switch the right, so it comes with this, which is obviously really handy. You put your prints in there, and then the prints don't actually touch the bottom of the wash thing. But it comes also with a smaller baskety thing, and I'm trying to figure out what it was, and I read the instructions, because the instructions are always good to read, and it says when the model is within the size of 180mm by 121153, you can wash the model with build platform. First, remove the lid of the cleaning bucket. Put the cleaning basket into the cleaning bucket until it is stuck. Hang on, and then set the cleaning basket bracket onto the cleaning basket until it's stuck at the bending point. And then you put the you put the print bed into the wash water or alcohol, and then you wash. And then I just looked at that and I just went, bearded veteran, how are you? So I just looked at that and I just went, do you know what? I could probably use that to clean my resin. I mean, obviously, what I've been told, and see, this is all little tips you get. If you want to, you know, just basically listen to other people, how they do it. Not everyone's going to do it the way that you're going to end up doing it, but if you listen to different people. So one guy said to me, and these are just little tips that they're a little bit daft, but they work. So he says, when you have finished the print, leave it sitting for about 5 or 10 minutes. Don't take it off straight away. That will allow a lot of the resin to just pour off itself. Now, if you look at the top of the print bed, that's got a little puddle of resin in it. And that's fine, I can probably tip that away. But that is going to need a good clean every time I use it. I need to make sure there's no bits in the bottom. So, I mean, I might buy myself a second print bed. And then what I'll do is each time I do a print, because I bought myself some, I don't know if I've wasted my money or not, but I bought some funnels for 3D print resin, which I thought would be handy for, because what I thought is if I cure the bucket of water or some of the water before I dispose of it, I might be able to strain it, because resin, cured resin, can go in the bin. It's uncured resin that can't go in the bin. So obviously if I can, so I'm just having a look, we're on 84%. So yeah, I thought if I can cure some of it, but obviously I need to make sure that there's nothing in that bed. So I'm thinking what might just be simpler is every time I finish a print, before I start the next print, pour that resin through a funnel into another print bed, and then I can clean it at my leisure then, can't I? I'll imagine 99.9% of the time it's fine, but you know, it might little bits might break off. I don't know. I know absolutely nothing. All I know is that Rook piece. Right, so another good tip that Mr. Morris learnt was to make sure he zeros and levels the print bed after every print, otherwise you're more like... See, now this is the thing, right? I've got a confession to make. I don't even know how to level the bed at the moment. I just switched it on, put the USB in, printed. I haven't even leveled it. I mean, I might find out why I need to level it after this print. I mean, it might be the Rook might be perfect, but the bed is, yeah, the base is that way. But I don't know. See, my experience of FDM printers is they were starting to bring a load out that self-levels, and the inbuilt self-leveling, don't trust it. If you get, you can get like Octopus, is it Octopus, Octopi, you know, the little computery thing, and then, you know, they had self-leveling programs and they were good. But if you bought a printer that says this printer has 25 point self-leveling, don't trust it. It'll be better than a blind man, but it won't be. And I actually got pretty good. You will have Pizza Rook, yeah, the Leaning Tower of Rook. But I mean, part of the reason I leveled my bed easily was I had this, I had a little STL file that would draw squares, and each square would get bigger and bigger, and they're all separate prints, and you could actually sit there peeling bits off while it's still printing. And then what I would do is, as it was printing, I'm leveling the bed, so it's like I know it's printing fine over that side, but it's a little bit squished down this side, so we'll lower the bed. Or it's a little bit what's the word I'm looking for, a little bit thin, so we just you know, or if it's a little bit fat, then it's the bed needs to be raised. And I could print that, and to be honest with you, the beds don't move that much while you're printing. It's just where if you pick the mat off and you put it back in exactly the same orientation, generally you don't need to do a lot of leveling. But that's the small bed ones. Big bed ones, bit different. So I'm looking for a file that will help me level it. I don't know if one exists with resin, but I say, do you know what? I can see some detail. If you look at the base of that Rook, there's some little writing or something around the bottom of it, and I'm looking at what looks like an upside down U. That I'm rather happy with. I would actually be happy to stop the print now and call that a good print, but hang on a sec. I need to just teach the cats that they can't stand there. You won't see them because the cat, but I've got both cats behind the printers. Bear with me. Come on, guys. It's a no for me. Oh no, it's one. One or two? Oh no, it's one. I had one big one. See, the problem is I let him do what he wants within reason. He pretty much has yeah, you take care, Phil. Time for me to go. Catch you all later. Yeah, thanks for popping in. I wasn't actually going to do a stream. Well, first of all, I wasn't going to do a stream, and then the camera on this, I just literally set up at a time, because it said nothing about the camera on the actual printer, and I thought, oh, maybe there's an app. And then I was playing with that chit whatever it's called, Chitu box, and there was a button I pressed, because I've sliced loads of files, but I haven't done send yet, because obviously I've had nothing to send. Athol says, okay, time for bed, said Zivity. Night all. You take care, guys. Thanks for popping in. Once in a while I use the paper method. Yeah, so what I used to do in the end was I would use the paper method to get the bed level to roughly where it should be. Then I would run this file with all the squares, and that would be your fine tuning. But yeah, it just got fairly easy. I'm a little bit, the printer that I'm looking at, it's got 6 knobs to level it, and I'm not sure how to use that 5th and 6th knob. Corners, no problems. You know, if you want this up, and what you can effectively do is bend the bed, because if you tighten like one up and one down, and it kind of bends the bed a little bit. We're talking millimeters, less than millimeters here, not have a print bed like that. But oh, I'm getting excited, guys. We're on 89%. So yeah, with I say, I've not even leveled this. I don't even know how. Well, apparently the way you level it is because you've got 2 screws on the print bed, and it holds the print bed down. And I can now see that now that I'm printing, what you're doing is you're screwing that print bed down to the tilting method. Apparently that does tilt, doesn't it? I'm just looking at the other end. Yeah, it just slightly tilts. Because we're talking microns here, aren't we? Not millimeters or centimeters. This is why it doesn't look like it's rising, but it is. It's rising by like 0.1 millimeter at each layer. So yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm waiting for print fail. To be honest with you, I kind of want a couple of fails, because then when you get a failure, you learn how to deal with it, and then obviously in about 6 months or a year or however long, hopefully I might become a little bit of a mini expert, and I can go, oh, that's happened, not a problem, I'll just do this. But to be honest with you, with the decreased print, well, I say the decreased print times, because this is one thing I can't get my head around. It's not to do with the size of the print, it's to do with the height of the print. So if I duplicated this print and did 10 of them, say for example on the print bed, it wouldn't take, still take exactly the same length of time to print, because it prints the entire layer in one go. What affects the print? So if I painted a stick, a straight up stick, that would take longer than a whole bed full of minis that are this big, which is, I can't get my head around that at the moment. So obviously what that says to me then, I mean, all the files that I've got at the moment are pre-supported, and I notice things like bases, they're not putting them flat on the bed, they're putting them at a like 45-degree angle. Retraction numbers tend to be resin printer failure points. Retraction numbers, so what's retraction? Because on an FDM, retraction is when it's pulling the plastic back in. Because if your retraction isn't good, you get strings then, don't you? And that's usually to do with retraction speeds, retraction distance and temperatures. If you have your PLA a little bit too hot, it becomes runny and stringy. If it's not hot enough, it doesn't come out, it doesn't flow so well. But if memory serves me right, is it 175 degrees is the magic number for most PLAs, resins, I think. And then obviously, but what I've done, you'll see it at the when after I've done this print, I'm going to bring up the actual Chitu box. Now here's a funny thing. I have received with the printer a 1 year's subscription to Chitu box. I'm calling it Chitu box. Chitu box. TBG, how are you, my good friend? He says, hi everyone. So I've received a code to get 1 year's free membership. I assume it's a year's free membership. But I've been using the basic, although it's saying beta on it. Yes, Lord Peter, it's the time it takes for the bed. It's the time it takes for the bed to move up and down. So what you're saying then is if it pulls it too quickly, it risks. Because one thing I've learned, I don't know how many people know about 3D resin printers. There probably aren't many people who know less than me. So once it cures a layer, obviously it's stuck to the bed, which is there, and then it's also stuck on the bit where the resin is. So you then have this tug of war, and it obviously hopefully it will. Now if you've cured it for too long, it becomes as solid as the top layer, I'm assuming. So you've got a 50-50 chance that when it comes down, it will actually get removed from the print bed, which is probably why it has a raft around it normally. So if you don't cure it, if you cure it just enough, and obviously you've got the Tilton bed as well. So is that what you mean by the retraction? How quickly that bed comes down? Because if you snatch at it, it could damage it. So it wants to be pulled gently. So I'm just going to run over to the. It doesn't. Does it tell me? Right, it's on 93.7%, but it doesn't tell me how long is left. It's got 4950, exposure screen 4918, and then it goes up every now and again. Oh, here we go. Time 2 hours 11 out of 2 hours 19. It's got estimated consumption 0 grams. Oh, so something else I was going to do, guys. Oh, exactly correct. Brilliant. So I've learned something today then. Excellent. So now I'm glad I've done the stream. Sometimes, like, if I've just learned one thing, I'm happy. So I'm being really, really geeky, I know. But I want to know how much you'll get out of a kilogram of resin. I want to know how many kilograms of resin you can print before you have to change your IPA and this, that and the other. And it's like I put a print file in and it said £1.50, for example, to print the mini off. That was using predetermined figures. But that's not actually true, is it? Because you've got the cost of the resin, which is taken into account. You've got the cost of the printer. Now, I don't know how long will I have that printer before it dies, before it gets to a point where you just go, right, it's dead now, it's time to buy another one. 5 years, 10 years? I mean, obviously the answer is depends how much you print. Because every time I use that, something is wearing out in it. And it'll obviously there'll be repairs I can do. I think I'm going to have to replace that print bed at some point, for example. I probably never need to get another actual bed, but it's the tray that I'll need to replace. Some of the camera might burn out, you know, and this, that and the other. And you eventually get to the point where you go, right, it's better for me to buy a new one. This printer's done well, you know, rest in peace, you owe me nothing. But obviously that needs to be taken into account. I have electricity. So what I've done is I bought myself a little cash book and I've written absolutely everything in here. So I've written my Loot Studio subscription, which is £14.50 this month. They actually charge me in dollars, so that amount will vary every month. I've got the printer at £231.99, which I think is an absolute bloody bargain. What you're looking at there with the camera, £231. It costs the same as 2 of my electric cat feeders, automatic cat feeders. Then I've got the wash station at £155. And what I'm going to do is this time next year, I'm going to make a video, my first year in printing, or that sounds like something you do at primary school, isn't it? My first holiday. Make sure you have a screen protector on your UV screen to stop resin leaking and going under the screen. Okay, you're going to have to message me about that. Screen protector. Oh! Is that what the plastic thing is for? I got this plastic tray and I've got no idea. Sorry, Lindsay, I didn't see you. Hello, Lindsay Bills. Hello, everyone. Lord Dobby. I'm so sorry. I didn't miss your comment out on purpose, I promise. So this time next year, I will be able to tell you how many kilograms of resin I've used. I can have pictures of every single print I've done. I know how many failures I've done, how much IPA I've thrown away, you know, and this, that and the other. And I've divided everything into categories so that when I give you the figures, you can decide what you want and what you don't want to include. So I've got EQ, which is equipment. So things that are compulsory, like you need a 3D printer to be able to 3D print. Well, I've got the whole gang in, haven't I? JC Bricks, how are you? So then I've got running costs, which will be resin, IPA, and they will be costs that are, the more I do, the more that it will cost. Then I've got sundries. What have I put for sundries? I can't remember what I put under. And then right, yes, I'll get to that one. Then I've got unsuccessful prints. I still need to charge myself for the unsuccessful prints. And then I've got one thing, which is my respirator at the moment. I need to factor in a respirator, but I've already got one. So I'm not going to go out and buy a respirator just so that I can put a number in my book. So I've listed that under the category of equipment I already own, but I've added it to the costs. So I looked up my respirator on Screwfix and it was $30.99. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the figures that Chitu Box gives me, and I'm going to say, right, I don't need to deduct the cost of the print because it's already included by buying a bottle of resin. I don't know how many kilograms of resin I will get, how many prints I'll get out of a kilogram, because I watched a video and he bought a kilogram of resin and he wanted to know how much he gets out of it, and I think he got something like 400 and something grams of actual prints, and he got about 300 grams of support material, and then there was about 150 grams left in the bottom of the bottle, and I think we've assumed that he's lost about 50 grams through washing process and stuff like that. So you aren't going to get a kilogram. You're not going to get a kilogram of prints out of a kilogram of resin. But obviously I'm just going to charge myself for the bottle of resin. But what I'm then going to do is I've got to work out how much what the power consumption is. That should tell me on the plug. So I'm then going to add in the electricity cost. So this is a 2 hour 11-minute print. So if it's like 1 kilowatt hour and it's 25 pence per kilowatt hour, this print will have cost me 60 pence in electric. Yeah, 60 pence worth of electric. It don't cost that much, but and then I'm then going to charge myself. I'm going to put it as an income, as though I've sold the print for 5 times what the print has cost me on Chitu Box. Lord Peter says, I'm going to go now, Penny. Getting tired, busy day, good night. Yeah, you take care, Peter. Thanks ever so much for popping in. Now, 5 times the cost of the print. There it is. It's done. Hey! And it's even beeped as well. Right, guys, so I'm going to hit myself on mute. You aren't going to be able to see what I do next. I'm going to take that off the build plate, and then I'm going to pop it into the wash station. I can't show you the wash station. It'll go in for 5 minutes, and then it'll go in for 5 minutes into the curing station, and then I'll show you the results. I'm going to have to glove up and everything, so I haven't gloved up yet because I haven't actually touched anything. But yeah, I'm sorry, I've got nothing to show you while I'm doing that. So I'll be back in a sec, guys. Now I can't find the gloves. What have I done with them? I bought a pack of gloves and it came with gloves, and now I can't find either. What have you at them? Is it you? That ain't coming off. I can't get it off the bed. Cannot get it off. So Lindsay, sorry, I can't touch much because I've still got my gloves on. Is that a Warhammer PC print? No. What it is the printer comes with a USB stick with a test print on it. This is my first ever print. It's a Rook. Now, I'm guessing if this was PLA, I would say my first layer is too close to the bed. Because it's really stuck that to the bed. I can't get it off. I'm tempted to grab it and pull it off, but if I snap it, break the piece in half, it's, so Penny, you have to put it in the wash station first and then take it. Okay, I'll try. So how do I wash a big piece then? You should be able to get it off before you wash it. Anyway, I'll give it a try. So yeah, I mean that particular piece, it's in for wash now. It's got another 4.5 minutes. It's not a problem putting that in the print bed, but what am I going to do when I have a maximum sized, unless it'll fit? I suppose the best thing to do is to try it. So that water has gone. You can't see it, I'm afraid. Be careful with the cats. Yes, I know they can. This is why I'm only doing a couple of prints. But I'm gonna tomorrow I'm gonna move it by the window, but I've got a lid on the printer. You notice I did put the printer back on again. So yeah, I've noticed that water has gone quite cloudy very quickly. It actually looked like I thought I dripped all the resin off. You saw me, I don't know if you saw me, but I scraped the bed off so that I got all the resin off the print bed. And then I shook it a couple of times. I was convinced I got most of the liquid resin off. But given that there's 5 litres of water in there, it's only a small print. It's gone cloudy very quickly, so I'm quite glad I got that water soluble one. So, but we'll see. I got another 3 minutes. But it's okay, because this, I say, this is all learning. So what I want to do then, this is Chitu box, and this is I've got you'll see at the bottom I've got all various settings, and what it is you've got 2 settings for the Mars 4. I've created these settings. I've just used the basic settings. All I've really done is change the costings for the resin. But you've got the Mars 4 using ABS, you've got the Mars 4 using water, and then, oh, that's clever. So the water wash thing, it has a little spinny thing at the bottom. It's got halfway through the print and it's gone in reverse order. So what I've got here, the last 2, you'll love this. I'm planning on getting the Satin 4. Why do I want the Satin 4? Watch this. That's why I want the Satin 4. So what I will do, let's open up a file. You aren't going to know what these are by the names, and I don't really know much about them, but I want something. This is one that I want. So these 2 files here, I have been sent these as a free sample. They're quite hard to see because they've got all the supports on them. But this is called Modern Soldier Standing. And the part of the reason I want to test it is because of these supports. Now I know how to remove supports. Now if I slice that, I think that might be too long a print for what I want. Right, so that is a 2.5 hour print, and that will cost me 19 pence. So this is what I mean by the costings. Charging, putting a plus factor of 5 times what it costs me. It sounds a lot, doesn't it? But that being 20 pence, I'm saying give myself back £1 for it. You'd like to have chess pieces from Star Wars and then paint them in colour. Cool, that would be good. So yeah, this soldier there, I don't know how to work oh, actually I can. Right, so he is 56 millimeters tall. So that's 5 centimeters. So that's about the size of a Warhammer figure. So it costs me 20 pence to make. So if you sold that for £1, would that recoup my costs? So My wash station's finished, so I'm just going to go back over and I'm going to see if I can get that print off. Gloves back on, because it's not cured yet. Oh, detail's amazing. Still not coming off. That's stuck on there. Bugger. I knew that would happen. Oh! No, I don't know. Well, that done it then. Oh. So I have managed to snap it in half because I tried to pull it off by hand. So I knew that would happen, but I can't get it off. Print stuck to bed 3D resin. Get a grip on your 3D print and pull it away from the print surface while simultaneously steadying the print bed. If that doesn't work, try twisting the part gently away from the print bed. Be wary of using too much force. If you force the 3D print off, it can damage the print plate and even break it. Looks like it's the only thing I can do. Yes! Ha 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 ha! Right. Right, I got it off. I've damaged right at the bottom where I've been trying to chip it with the scraper. It's like a putty thing, but it came off. So it's in the cure at the moment. We've got another 3.5 minutes to go. Love that curing machine, because it's got a turntable. It's got two UV lamps, and it's got a little turntable, so it's constantly turning the model, which is ace. I put it right in the middle of the bed, so when I get it out, you will see that it's broken. But you know, it's all right. So I ideally would like a low print, something not too tall. Oh, this is the print. Yeah, actually I need to play with the settings first. Actually, I might try the one straight from here. So let's have a look at these 32mm Arthurian enemy. Oh, invite. Oh, props. So if we chuck, this is a little trick. I always used to do this with Cura as well. Chuck absolutely everything on the build plate. It will go absolutely mental. It will go mad. But then you look at the files you don't want, and then you can sort of work it from there. So these are the props from November loot stash or something they're called. Basically it's a subscription and they give you all these files. That's rather a lot there, isn't there? See, what I'm looking for ideally is something wide but not tall. Because as I said, if you printed a solid block on there, it wouldn't actually take any longer to print than if it was just, yeah, a tank or something. Right, I think that's loaded everything up. So what we'll do is we'll look at the very tall items, and then we'll Jesus, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That looks tall. That looks tall. We'll just eliminate them until we get to one. Might not even be anything in here that I like. Oh, that looks like the Grail, which I've just... Oh, that house looks good. That hut. Right, that looks not tall enough for me. Right, and that won't fit on the bloody print bed, but we can scale it. I don't want to scale these prints, but which one of these is scale? This one, right. Oh, hang on, no, there's something behind it. No, there isn't. Right. So, scale. So if I scale that, say, 50%. Right, that's my figure as such. So if I slice that, while that's slicing, I'll get the Rook out. And I can handle it with my hands now. Oh, that's interesting. Right, I think this might need longer, or I think it needed a bit longer. It feels a little bit... Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's not been dried. So let's put me on big, and then let's change my camera, and then I'll show you what I've got. Oh, so the other day I managed to spill my glass of Coke all over my desk, and it was where I put my keyboard, and I pulled it out, and it was the wire caught. So this is the chest piece. Now I am ever so sorry guys, I broke it as I took it off the bed, but actually that can work to our advantage. I mean, look, it can be glued. So that's the chest piece, which if I glued that properly you'd never know. So it's a little thing there, and if you open it up you can actually see that little helix in the middle. Okay, and then you've got on the side Elegoo Mars 5 Ultra. So there's the damage I did taking it off the bed, but so it's got the compulsory hole in it for washing, but what I didn't notice, if you look on the top, look at that detail, that is stairs inside, isn't it? Yep. It's got some, is it writing? Printed in 3 dimensions. So and what I also noticed, and I don't know if this is normal, take care, I have to go, but after washing it it has to harden in the UV dryer. Yeah, but you can't put your print bed in, can you? Because you can't put your print bed into the UV thing, so it has to come off the bed. And all of the YouTube videos I'm watching, they're taking them off the bed before they wash them. So I think it's just the first layer is too close to the print bed. That's my theory. So what else was I going to say about it? It is brittle. I can feel it. It feels like it's made of rock, but it's got that brittleness to it. But saying that, look at the helix inside. Can you see how I'm bending it? That's not brittle, is it? That wouldn't do that if it was brittle. So I'm calling that a 95% success. If I'd not done that, oops, it wouldn't have come off the bed. I did eventually get it off the bed. But yeah, it's printed and the quality's good. Possibly wash it a bit longer. Maybe water isn't quite so good at washing resin as alcohol. Maybe 10 minutes, because you can overwash them, can't you? You're just wasting time. So I'm alright with that. So this print, do you know what? I think I've just found the perfect print. So this print that I've got there, I don't know if you can see it in the right hand corner, that is less than £1, and it's a 2-hour print. I don't think we're going to do a lot better than that. So it says pre-supported, but you don't need supports, and it's solid. I don't know if it's got any drain holes in it. Let's have a look. So you've got this little bar on it, and you can see it layer by layer. Yeah, it's not got any drain holes. So I'm assuming because it's going to be a bit fatter, it's going to need a little bit longer. Right, so if I click, let me get rid of me. Sounds have gone. Oh, sorry guys, it's because I took me off the screen, didn't I? Yeah, sorry. When I remove my camera from when I go hide on stream, it actually everything goes, the volume and everything. So I apologise for that, guys. So anyway, so it's slicing it and sending it to the printer. But what I want to know, there was a little setting somewhere for turn time lapse on, and I want to make sure that's on. I think the reason I couldn't get a time lapse before, okay, hang on. Right, I have no idea what to do now. I've put network sending, unless it sent it to the USB stick. Bear with me a sec, guys, sorry. Oh my god, guys, that would that's amazing. So I have just I'm gonna quit that. No, I'm not. Oh, how do I get that time lapse up again? I have no idea how I got the camera up, and it's disappeared because obviously the printer stopped. I'll go into Windows. I'll see. Sometimes I like recently added. No. Ah, Chitu Manager. There we are. There we go. Oh, that's not actually what I was after. Why is it now saying 4 hours and 38 minutes? That's not what it said before. Time-lapse photography does not take into effect. So how do I switch that? Right, okay. I'm gonna stop that. I'm gonna stop it before it started. Right, stopped. So I'm going to turn the time lapse on. Right. Sorry guys, I'm doing stuff I don't know anything about here. I have no idea how to bring that camera up again. Camera connected. Right, back in a sec. Right, I do like the idea that it's it sends it to the file and it saved it locally on the file. I don't know how many files I can get on this. Hang on, it's beeping at me. Do you know what? I'm going to cancel that one as well. I want to find a smaller print. Because otherwise that ain't going to finish till 3 in the morning, is it? Right. Stop sharing that. Let's share that. Right. Sorry guys, there's a little element I ain't got a clue what I'm doing here. Right. Okie dokie, so let's try and find some files that are not so tall. I think what hasn't helped, I had a load of files. I'm going to have to download some more files, I think. Because I had some awesome files, but what I'd done was when I transferred everything over from the memory from one PC to the other, I saved them all on the memory card, and because the memory card, it obviously isn't a great one, so it was actually quicker to delete them and re-download them, and I just haven't got down to downloading them yet. So if you give me a few minutes, because I know there was some on the first pack that I got. Here we go. Right, so Abyssal Haze, all bundle, download, 75 download, and bus download. Should we be brave and print 3 files off? So multiple prints. That'll be fun, won't it? And then I'll get a time lapse out of it. Actually, as Lindsay said, that I'll probably have to drill drain holes in the bottom. Maybe have a go at doing drain holes. Right. Cut that one. put it into 3D prints, paste, extract all, .10 seconds to go, 5, and it's done. Pop the zip file into zip. So that's the first one done, and then oh, well, that don't look right, because the 75mm files have downloaded but the 32mm haven't. It's saying another minute, but that's not a problem, because what I can do is I can unzip them. So obviously, in case you haven't gathered, you get a zip file and you just have to unzip the files. Do you know, I think WinZip was probably the best invention ever, wasn't it? Even when WinZip doesn't compress the files, the fact that you can put them all together in one file, I think, is awesome. I think I also need to give this longer drying time because it's full of water. Obviously, if it's IPA, that would have evaporated by now. But that brings me to my next point. So, something I'd picked up from someone else. He says he actually has 2 wash buckets. He washes the water washable in water, and then he washes it in alcohol. And the alcohol gives it a bit more of a deep clean. Looking at this, I can see why. Even after 3 minutes curing, it's still not, the water's still in there, and that would have been inside, which is obviously harder to get hold of, to get rid of. So I think I am definitely still going to, so that IPA's not gone to waste. Right, sorry, bear with me. Cut, paste. So that one can be extracted. No, that hasn't finished yet. I don't think it's finished. Speak to Gary Morris on my Discord server. He's on the Discord server where you can download thousands. Oh, fantastic. I'm so into downloading files. Right, is that unzipped? Oh God. Turns out I've opened the same directory 58 times. Right, there we go, that's done. Right, so let's extract that, and then we'll extract that, and then we'll have some files to play with. So what I'm looking for is something wider than it is tall. I just want to have a little look. I mean, say this is taken 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes. I don't know what the cost is in resin though. That's the only trouble. Oh, I didn't press the extract button, so it was never going to extract them. Oh, apparently that one's already been done. Unless it's trying to extract the same file twice. I have. Oh, you idiot. No, I haven't. Not enough memory to complete this operation. Why would it not have enough memory? I thought it had a good... It literally has everything on there for free because the members put on STL files they either find online or sculpt themselves. Yeah, I suppose there's also a bit of trust there, isn't there? Lindsay says it's time to go. We'll watch the rest of the stream back tomorrow. Thank you for popping in, Lindsay. I appreciate it. Right, so let's delete that. I can't because it's still extracting. Right, let's cancel the zip. Right, so right, let's extract that again then. I'm missing some files. Bus 75, bus 32, cut, paste, right, replace, oh, this is a little bit more complicated than I'd like. See, I'd have a look at the bust files. So what Loot Studios does is they give you all of these files, but you get them in 32mm. You also get them in 75mm. Now, obviously, the 75s are cut a bit differently, but some of the 75s won't fit on my build plate. But obviously, what they're trying to accommodate is that I suppose they're working on the basis that most people have got the smaller build plate. But those that have got a big build plate, they want to use it. What's the point in having a build plate like that, but only using that? So obviously not everything but what they do is you have like, it's all D&D things, files, and they have busts of some of the main figures, so you get them bigger, but you only get them just from the head and shoulders. So they're actually going to be bigger files. Right, it's got 20 seconds left, guys. 10 seconds. Right, that's weird because it's extracted the files, but it hasn't created a directory for it. What? I can't find the author. Right. Right, now it's creating the file. Maybe I didn't zip it properly. Unzip it. Right, so let's have a look at some of these figures. Right, it's the environment ones that might work. So right, open. So you aren't going to see the open dialog. So I have a choice of, this is why I like it. John asked, how are you, my friend? So I am just mucking around with 3D prints. So you can't see the open dialog obviously, but so if I look at the Abyssal Haze files, I have a choice of just the busts. In fact, I'll show you the busts, and I'll show you them in unsupported. So this is my favourite character called Bellhead. I've done it in unsupported so that you can actually see the files. So this one there is his body, and this you love it, you'll love this. This is his head. Basically he had a bell fall on his head, and then some mad alchemist guy decided to do experiments on him. So he's kind of a cross between Frankenstein and the Hunchback of Notre Dame. But I do like that character. So when you get the files, you get a subdirectory 32mm, 75mm or bust. Bust is obviously the busts. Now when you open up, say, the 32mm, you then get a choice of enemies, environment, heroes or props. And then you open that directory up, and then you get subdirectories of 32mm Light-Chi, which is a program that apparently is really good, but I've never dealt with. And then you've got Ready to Slice and Unsupported. So if I open up Bellhead supported, and then I open up Bellhead unsupported, this is the difference. So those are both the exact same files, but obviously one has got all the supports on it. Now I'm starting to get an idea of the size. Oh, so yes, right, let me show you. I cannot show you unsupported. I wanted it to be a surprise actually, but I have been given this as a free sample. I am not allowed to sell it. That I have been given. And I just wondered if maybe you would like a copy printed off for you to paint and do whatever you want with. You can do anything you like with that except sell it. But it's not much to see at the moment because it's all full of supports. But oh, fantastic! So that is going to be so much easier to peel off the bed, because if I do any damage, look. So this is the layer. This is the layer levels. That's the bottom. There. That's where his feet start there, and that is layer 130. Now the only thing is, if I don't get all of that off in one go, am I going to have trouble with it? But yeah, I was going to print that off for you and send it to you, and I thought maybe you'd I think it's an American modern soldier, and that would just be me saying, well, actually it'll do me a double favour, because A, it's my little way of saying thank you for having a wonderful Discord. So obviously I'm talking to you, but everyone's here, so I'll have to sort of be a bit broader. So obviously Bearded Veteran creates, and a few others, they're heavily involved with models for heroes. It's something that I feel strongly about, but I personally am not a veteran. The closest I come to being a veteran is 4 years in the cadets, which I don't think really counts. But it's just something that the work they do, but the work that they're doing, especially on YouTube, is kind of overspilling, and where people who aren't veterans are still getting the benefits. I'm getting so many benefits from that, from being part of that group. Plus also it's a way for me to do a print. It's an excuse to do a print, isn't it? So that will cost me 20 pence in resin. Let me check I've got the right settings. Yep, so that's 20 pence in resin, and it will take 2.5 hours to print. Now, watch this, guys. This is I just can't get my head around this. Let's bring in, oh, I'll tell you what. So, let's copy and paste that. Alright. I think we've got some, there you go, auto layout. Center. Okay, right, so it's going to take a little bit of time sorting out. But, so we have now got, so I'm still thinking the way of thinking as an FDM printer. So we have got 2.5 hours to print one of those with his gun. I have now copied that 4 times, so 2.5 hours times 4 should be 10 hours. That's how you think as an FDM printer. But watch when I slice it. See, I'm getting a little bit of lag. I don't know if it's my internet or if I'm running too much on the PC. There, do you see it in the corner there? It still takes 2 hours and 28 minutes, and that's what I can't get my head round. We've got 4 times. Now it is going to cost, well, it's still less than £1 there to do 4 figures. But I think that's brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic. So in fact, as I want to test this as much as I can. Now I've got to work out where the printer, right. So here's what I'm going to try and do. The camera is now looking at his back. So my theory is, if I rotate this model 180 degrees, the camera is going to be looking at it something like that, but obviously the other way round. So if we print that like that, we might get the view twice. So, right, and with proper organisation, I can get more on there. So let's see if I can get 2 more on. Right guys, I need some help here. How can I do a giveaway without breaking any rules? So basically, I've got, I can't count, I've got 7 figures on the bed there. I want to keep one myself. I want to give one to Bearded Veteran Creates. As you can see, even though I've got 7 prints on there, that means I'll have 5 left over. Now, YouTube have funny rules on competitions, but what I'd like to do is give 5 of those away, give them away. I cannot sell them. I take licensing very, very seriously. The way I see it is, if I spent a lot of hard work creating a file like that, and I don't know if it's good, to be honest with you, but if I made a file like that and I know somebody profited from my hard work and I got nothing for it, excuse my language, but I'd be right fucking pissed. So that's why I take it seriously. Right, so we've got a 2.5 hour print that's going to cost me £1.40. So let's send that to the printer. Oh, I've got to select the printer first. So I am going to, come on, get your thinking cap on, bearded. Do you want to jump in? Anyone want to jump in? Share stream. No, I don't want to share stream. I want to add guest. Copy link. Right. Right, if anyone wants to join me, there is the link. And then that way, maybe you can keep it. Yeah, we're going to do another 4 o'clock here, aren't we? Saying that, it's only, oh, it's 11:30. Thought it was 9:30. Right, I'm going to tank. That's 100 grand. Right, bear with me a sec, guys. Oh, that would explain it. I just looked at the file and I'm like, well, that's a funny file name. And then I looked back, it hasn't transferred the file. I'm so glad I checked that print bed. I didn't think it had started printing. I didn't think it actually printed anything. And when I looked, there was a little ring. Right, let me get this printer started because I want... I can't remember how I got it now. Chip manager. Right, time lapse is on. Right, bear with me a sec. Right, file is preparing, camera connected. Right, I'm going to take another break, guys. I'm just going to run to the toilet. You know what I'm like. If anybody wants to join me, click the link and I'll bring you in whenever I can. Right, still preparing, so I'm guessing I can't do it until it's actually prepared. But right, guys, so I want my phone in case I get messages. Oh, here we go. Rules for YouTube giveaway. Yeah, but if you're going to copy and paste them, it gets a bit confusing. So the rule that is confusing is right, doesn't have to complete, well, it does, but right, you cannot ask the viewer to give all rights for or transfer the ownership of their entry to you. Must be free of charge. There is a rule in there about technically you can't encourage likes or comments or something like that. No, you can't encourage, basically you can't artificially, if it says watch this video and comment and like, that breaks rules or something, because you can't do that. Right, okay, that is starting to print. But I can't find the print thing. I can't find the camera thing. I had it before. Have I just resliced it? I don't know, guys. But yeah, I mean, in 2.5 hours, that's I'm going to be like, well, how the hell? Right, so how about this? How about we do it in your Discord, Bearded, and we ask. See, I don't want to do first come, first served, because if I do first come, first served, that benefits the people who happen to be awake at that time, so, or are actually able to interact. So for example, if you did that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, that would be unfair on me because I'm at work. It's only fair if absolutely every Discord member is online at the same time. Random number generator. Sell a raffle ticket. Anyone who's, I don't know, send me a quid or something, and then you'll get given a number. First one who enters gets number 1, and then next time I do a stream or something, I'll do I'll ask that little device on the wall that's run by Amazon to pick a random number between number 1 and however many entries there are. I don't know. Can you believe we're on 0% already? It's bugging me about that camera because I brought it up before, but I don't know how I did it. And now I can't even bring Chitty Manager up. Right. I don't know how I got the camera. Release film. Camera connected. Ah, video surveillance. There it is. There's a big massive button that says video surveillance. Right. So I'm glad I got this because I actually think this is really fascinating. Even when you can't see. No, I don't want screen. I want window. Is it this one I want? There we go. So you can't see much at the moment because the... Oh, I want to pour more resin in, didn't I? Actually, that should be enough, shouldn't it? I don't... See, it's going to take... I think it said 100 grams of resin, which is 1/10 of a bottle. There was about a third to a half a bottle in there. I'm just going to put a little bit extra in. Back in a sec. Better to have too much than not enough, isn't it? A live draw. Okay, so shall we do it in your Discord? So if anyone's not a member of Bearded's Discord, then you're just going to have to start watching his streams. So there we go. You get something out of it. But you have to prove you're doing it fairly. If you're doing it through Discord, what you could do is say, if you want one of these, let me know. If there's more than 4, you'll do a draw. Okay, that's what I'll do then. So, however, the first stipulation is this has to be a successful print first. Do you realise this is my first proper print? So, for those that you haven't been right at the start, don't know, normally on a resin 3D printer, you'll get the print bed goes up and down. When it prints the layer, which then means it's stuck to the print bed and it's stuck to the actual printing bit. So it needs to pull it off and then bring it back down so it can print the next layer. But it doesn't bring it all the way down. It brings it so many microns. I don't know how thick each layer is. But if it's, let's say it's 0.01 micron, it will bring it up and then it will bring it down the same distance minus 0.01 micron. Now that means that because it's stuck to both the top and the bottom, there is a chance. Yes, I am popping my... Well, yes, did I pop my 3D cherry this print or last print? I don't know. Even though I've got 2 pieces, I'm calling it a successful print because it was me who broke it and not the print. But I am going to cure it longer. It is brittle, actually. It is very brittle. Excuse me. It's like if you scraped it with a knife. If there was a seam line, you scraped it, it'll throw dust up in the air. But then again, I don't know what it compares to with other resins. So yes. Now, obviously, there's the chance that it could come off the top rather than come off the bottom where it's meant to. And obviously if it does that, it's a failed print. So this has got some newer, yes, there you go, that's absolutely spot on. It was a successful print until you got your mitts on it. So yeah, I'm gonna have I'll have a word in one of the groups and say, look, it's stuck really hard to the bed, it's not coming off that easy. But these have got a raft to them, so but I will bring it up, and then they might say, oh, you need to change this setting or that setting, and then that'll be something else learned. So this has got slightly newer technology in that instead of pulling it off the bed flat, it tilts the print bed. So as a result, well, you can see it is actually lifting. The whole thing is lifting. You see the print bed is lifting, and the actual bed, I'm going to call it the head and the bed. So you'll see that the head is moving up and down, and you'll also see the bed is moving down and then back up again, and that's where it's tilting to help peel it off. It's if you had a sticker, if you pulled it off, it wouldn't come off with it, but if you've got one corner, it's that sort of principle. But what I noticed with this Rook was that after a while the top wasn't moving, it was just the bottom was moving. So maybe that's the 3 centimeter thing. So but yeah, we'll see how this one goes. I mean, even if I print, even if they're all successful prints, I might break one getting them off the bed. But the lesson I've learned here is don't fart arse around with one print. Get that print bed loaded up, get as much on as you can, because seven figures, well, 14 pieces is taking the exact same length of time as one would. And I think 2.5 hours to print that one figure, I don't think it's that comparable to PLA. But doing 7 in 2.5 hours, that's amazing. But even if you did it in PLA, you won't get the quality that you'll get on this resin one. So, yeah, all I can do now is wait 2.5 hours and see if I've got a successful print. What have I got? So it's, no, it's not 2.5 hours, it's 6.5 hours. Yeah, it's saying 6 hours and 9 minutes. That said 2.5 hours, didn't it? I'm sure it did. Why has it suddenly gone up to 6 hours? That's got to be something to do. It must have taken over with the printer settings. So, but it can't do. You can set the print. You set the printer settings in the actual software. That's interesting, that, isn't it? I'm just doing another slice on it to see if it did say. Maybe it's read it. So. Well, I'll tell you what, if it's a 6-hour print, there's no way I'm waiting for it. I'm going to bed and I'll get up in the morning. Yeah, looks like you're good. Well, I don't mind a couple of hours. Yeah, it says time 2 hours and 28 minutes. But the actual slicer says I've got 6 hours left. The actual monitor, it says estimated consumption 76.329 grams, time 12 minutes of 6 hours and 9 minutes. Hello. I've had to clear, you'll love this, right? I think this is so cute. Under my desk there's some boxes which I haven't put back on the shelf bit yet. The other day I noticed that the cat Spirit, she goes under there, but I accidentally I moved my feet a little bit and I accidentally kicked her, and I went, oh, are you sitting under there to sleep? She actually is. Hello, are you being, have you got his toy? So I'm going to show you this, guys. Complete change of subject. So this, I bought Shadow this for his first birthday, which is almost a year ago. Almost, bloody hell. Yeah, it must be his. Sorry guys, when you know me with cats take the highest priority of everything. I'm sure his birthday's round about November. No, it's not. It's oh, it was last month, wasn't it? Yeah, he's just had his second birthday. Yeah, 13th of September. So he's 2. It's Spirit who's coming up for a second birthday. So anyway, so I bought this for him for his first birthday. It's just a cuddly dinosaur, but it's got a bit of plastic in it. Now, virtually every night, it's absolutely filthy. He grabs it on the back of the head. You can see it's been, but he grabs it and he walks with it like this, and then he shags it, which he can't because he's been done. But the other night, I turned the heater on. I thought this was so lovely. I turned the heater on in the bedroom. He then walks out the bedroom. He comes back in with that, puts it down by the fire and sleeps with it. Like he was looking after it. And I'm thinking, is it like, because he's holding it on the back of the neck and walking with it, like, but I don't know, it's quite kind of cute. But I've just found it under the desk. He finds it and he takes it somewhere and he tries to shag it, and it's almost like he knows where the cameras are and he'll sit in front of the camera doing it. But yeah, so I've cleared the boxes out from underneath, and that's where Spirit sits. So and if I move my feet out too much, I get a little bit of a swipe from her foot. So but you see, the trouble is, with me being home every day for the last 2 weeks, she's got used to it, and so she's now going to have to start getting used to me being away again. So it's a little bit heartbreaking, but they've loved having me home. So, but you know, I've enjoyed. Obviously, I'm always going to enjoy being home. I'm going to toss this in the bin. It was nice, but it's got this residue on it as well. Now, residue, doesn't that suggest it's over cured? Let me change my camera view. Can't do that. Right, let's put it like that, and then I'll just take over the... Right, so you see it's got this residue, especially around the writing. Now, is that because it wasn't washed enough? Or is it because it was cured too long? I don't know. Can I clean it? That's not done much, has it? It doesn't... Oh, it's actually... Do you know, I think that's not been washed enough. I think that needed more washing, because that's actually filled it in. That is actually filled in. So, yeah, that would not be good enough to give away to anyone. So, let me just Google it. Right, residue on 3D resin print, usually caused by UV curing wet parts that still have resin or isopropanol alcohol in them. So it could have been not washed enough, and it could also have not been dried. So I think probably it's more to do with the drying. So the next one, I'll put that in, and I think that's why I want the... So what I've done is to say, let me go and get it. So this is the wash bucket thingy for the wash station. Now at the bottom, which I can't show you because it's full of water, but there's a little disc thing, and it's obviously got magnets on it, or it's metal, and the actual machine, which isn't very big and hardly weighs anything, that will rotate, and that will cause that to agitate. Now, as you can see, I've only filled it up about halfway. I filled it up to about somewhere between 5 and 5.5 litres, probably about 5 and just over 5 litres in there. Now, I did have the idea of having the oh, actually I might give it a try. So I wanted to buy some more of these, and I wanted to buy two. I wanted to buy 2, so I had 3. Why did I want 3? So I wanted 1 for water, and I want 1 with IPA, and I want to give them a double wash. And I think I'm right to do that, because 5 minutes washing in water, and I think one of the YouTube videos I saw on water washable, you remember my only resource at the moment is YouTube, because I just don't know any better at the moment. But when you're watching videos that's got like 90,000 subscribers and 1 million watchers, and none of the comments, not one of the comments say you're talking out of your arse, you know, I say it's the best I've got. But yeah, one guy says that he's got, I want to put that in a different position. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, they look a bit boring at the start, don't they, these prints? All you're doing is seeing 6 steel rods go up and down, which is a bit naff, but there you go. That's the way it is. So yeah, he says that he washes in water, and then he washes again in alcohol, and I really like the idea of the alcohol wash. I saw these, the Elegoo site is selling them for 32 quid each, 31.99, and I saw them on Amazon for 27 pounds. So I ordered 2 off Amazon, but that's when they arrived today. That's when I discovered that there's 2 wash stations. One is smaller, one is bigger. I bought the bigger wash station, and I bought the buckets for the smaller one. And I can't, do you know what, they're actually more expensive on Amazon than they are direct from Elegoo. And you'd think it would be the other way around, wouldn't you? Even if there was a functional one that looked exactly the same, was an absolute complete dirty Chinese rip-off, that's completely functional, I'd have no problems. But I'm not paying more money when I know I can get one from the official people. But with Elegoo, they always say it'll take up to a week to 2 weeks to deliver. In all fairness, the 3D printer I ordered it in the afternoon. I had a dispatch note the next day, and it was with me the day after. And I don't think you can complain about that. But I can't remember why. I think I wanted the 3rd bucket to transfer one into the other. Yes, it was the filters, the funnels. So I was going to pour the water or the IPA from one into the other via the funnel, and then I can put the whatever stuck in the funnel, I can put onto a plate or a silicon mat or something, stick that in the cure station, cure it, and then obviously, because they're actually saying put the whole thing in the cure station, and then all the residue will stick to the sides, and you just pull it off. So, but I think on the basis of this, I'm definitely going to stick with the water soluble. I will occasionally try non-water soluble just to see what it does. Another video I watched, it said they were comparing water. This video is bad. Well, don't watch it then. That's fine. I don't expect my videos to be exciting for everybody, but you're more than welcome to watch or not watch and comment. So I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, yeah. So there's all. Yes, that's right. So this guy was doing this video. He was doing water soluble versus normal resin versus this top of the range resin. And I think this resin was like 5 times the cost. And his conclusion was, in terms of quality, there wasn't any difference between the water and the ABS like. There was a slight better difference with the expensive resin. And he said, if you're a home hobbyist just painting figures, don't bother with this expensive stuff. If you're buying it to resell it to someone else, then yeah, use the better quality resin. But couldn't you just adjust your print settings? You know, if you do, it's like with the PLA printing, if you do like a 0.6 nozzle done really fast, you're going to get these serious layer lines. But if you go for a 0.1 or a 0.2 nozzle and you do really careful, really good settings, you're not going to get it perfect, but you can get a really nice finish. So, but yeah, so bear with me a sec. Yeah, I think my internet is a little bit struggling. I don't know if it's my internet or if I'm just doing too much, but YouTube is loading very slowly, much slower than it normally does. So right, guys, I am not going to stay streaming for another 6 hours, so I'm going to call it a night now. If there's any other questions, there's only 2 other people watching and I think I'm one of them. Let's see if I can guess who else is watching. Bearded Veteran, I bet that's you, isn't it? Right, so I'm going to leave. Do you know what? It's another reason why I want a failed print. This sounds really crazy for me to say I want a failed print. This camera apparently has got some kind of AI on it. No problems with it. Yeah, I know it's streaming okay. I think because I'm running the slicer software, which is actually connected to the 3D printer, and I'm running streaming software, and I'm running Microsoft Excel, which is running a file from OneCloud, and I've got 573 tabs open. Not that quite that bad. 1 2 3 4 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 20 21 22 23 24 25 6 7 20. I've got 29 tabs open on my browser, so my computer is having to work really hard right now. Plus I've got no graphics card, so it's running off system graphics, because apparently my graphics card has memory in it, and so if you've got like 64 gigabyte of memory or 32, if you had 32 gig of memory, and then you've got a graphics card with 32 gig of memory in it, apparently the computer has access to that that memory on the graphics card. So yeah, since I blew my computer up, I still don't know how it's working, you know, but I frazzled my computer, and it's thankfully, touch wood, it's burnt the graphics card out. Now there are cheaper things to burn out, but had I burnt the motherboard and processor out, that would have been bad. So I'm just waiting. I went on to a website and I was looking for the best graphics cards of 2024. The first 3 you can forget, because that's like a month's wages, but I found one for about 200-300 quid, and I sent the details to the computer tech guy. Cool, I think that resin is about max fill now, isn't it? So I sent it to the computer guy, and I said, is this graphics card A, compatible with my PC, and B, is it as good as or better than the one that's just blown? And he hasn't got back to me yet, but I might have to wait till after the new year, because oh, I've got some exciting news, guys. Yeah, do you know what? Yes, it is. I would agree with you, because there's not actually anything to watch yet, because the print bed isn't actually coming above the layer of the resin. But when I did the Rook, to me it's just going up and down. That's all it's doing. I don't even know if anything's happening. And actually I can see it better through the camera than you can looking at it from the front. It could be broken for all I know. It could be a failed print, and I won't know. I mean, it's been printing now for half an hour, and I probably won't know for another hour that if it's working. But like I say, I do not this print, but I would like a failed print, because I'd like to see how the AI camera works. I'd like to actually see it happen. Because apparently if the camera detects that there's a failed print, it'll just stop the print, because there's no point keep printing. But apparently if you get a failed print, you will just get, well, I don't know, what happens if it's sticking things to the print bed? Is that easy to peel off? Because that little plasticky bit at the bottom, if you rip that, you're screwed. So yeah, maybe I don't want a failed print then. Do you know, I've just totally lost track of what I was saying. Why has my viewers just gone up to 7? That's interesting, isn't it? Maybe I had an advert on the channel then, because it went down to about 2. And it's just gone up to 7. So hello everyone who's joined us. Jump in, say hello, make yourself known. Yeah, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, once I get the new wash stations, then I'll be able to give them a better wash. So I think exciting news. So I'm happy in my job, but I'm unhappy in my job. If there's anyone watching who knows me, please hear me out. So when I joined the company that I've joined, all I really want to do is drive coaches from Glasgow to London. That's all I want to do. When I joined, I was told they were desperate for staff, and that I would get on the London straight away. Admittedly, I was told that by a driver, not by a manager. And then when I got to the company, they told me that obviously I'd be on the spares list first of all. And I said, okay, I said, I do want to do the Londons. And they were short of staff, and my manager was, I was that close to being illegal. He was giving me that much work, and I loved it because my pay packets were huge. And let's be fair, I'm only going to work for the money, aren't I? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my job. What I do, I always say, the little saying I have is that sometimes I hate my job. Some days I hate my job, but I always love what I do. But now we've recruited more staff. We've got more staff than we need, and there's no overtime at all. And don't get me wrong, I can manage on what I earn if I do a basic week. But I mean, I'm doing a four-day week at most of the time, which is nice for the time off, but it's not good for the bank balance. And I'm literally living paycheck to paycheck, because I mean, let's say I earn enough. I'm not being ungrateful. There's people out there that really struggle, and that they have to do the overtime. And I'm lucky enough, touch wood, to do the overtime because I just want to earn extra money. But it's just not happening. And I'm getting a little bit unhappy. And I know once I get on the Londons, my pay packets, even for a 4-day week, my pay packets will be a lot higher. Well, then I got a call. I used to do agency driving, and agency driving is fantastic money, but they've changed the rules slightly. and it's, you don't make so much money. Now, obviously, if I have to move to, say, London, I have to drive to London, and it's not worth me coming back every week, and I've got to pay for me digs while I'm in London, so you don't get an awful lot of money. If you get like a £3, £4, £5 an hour pay rise, you don't get a lot of extra money from that by the time you paid your accommodation. So, and obviously you don't have the stability that you have with a employed job. So, and of course, you know, I could say, right, I'll only do local jobs so I don't have to find accommodation. But then, you know, you could find yourself out of work in 3 or 6 or 9 months. Well, there's been, first group have been, after been using agency for donkey's years, absolutely ages. And I've had a friend of mine, he says, oh, I've been here over a year. And the company rang me up today, just out of the blue, because I'm on their file, because I used to work for them. He's rung me up, and he says, oh, would you be interested? Choice of depots. I forgot how much he offered me. It was £5 an hour more than I'm currently on. No, it's not £5 an hour. It's £4.50 an hour more than I'm on now. 45 hours a week guaranteed, which is 7 hours a week guaranteed more than my current job. And there is overtime, because they wouldn't be using agency if, because what are they paying for agency staff? 50, 60 quid an hour. They wouldn't be paying an agency 50, 60 quid an hour if they didn't have a staffing problem. So, and I know that they've lost a lot of staff lately because they're all bloody working for us. We're recruiting for experienced coach drivers, and we've got so many ex-first bus drivers with 2 years experience. They've gone to first, got their driving licence, did their 2 years minimum, and then left and thought the sun shines on our side of the fence. And don't get me wrong, some people are happy doing the Edinburghs and the Aberdeens, and I like the Aberdeens, but you can't get the Aberdeen 7 days a week, and like I say, there's no overtime, so it's very tempting. So, and I messaged my top boss over a month ago now, a month today, 7th of October, and I said, could I have a little chat with you? So I'm not happy in my job, and I'm wondering if there's anything we can do about it. And he's not responded yet. So I messaged my this guy from the agency's ringing me back in 2 days, because I said I want to have a word with my boss at my company I'm at now. And he says, yeah, fair enough. So I've dropped him a message, and he's got back to me. He says, sorry I didn't get back to you. He goes, I've been in a meeting all day. It's fair enough, he'll get back to me tomorrow. And I said, look, I'll be an open book to you. I said, I'm not happy. I'm not getting the money I'm expecting to get. I want to know where this is going. I do like to think that I will get what I want by the summer, because in the summertime, a lot of coach drivers go over to tour companies, because that's where the big money is, but it's only for the summer. And then come the winter time, when the holiday season finishes, they're all, do you know, I'm watching that resin go over the top of that print bed. It makes that resin look really thick, doesn't it? Yeah, so I'll have a word with the boss. You know, if it looks like I'll wait. If I have to wait a little bit, then, you know, don't think I'm being impatient. But I mean, I did message him the other day. I've got to move on the 22nd December. Now I've got a day, I think the 22nd of December is a Sunday. And I've got like the Monday and the Thursday off. So I said to him, can I change my rest day from Monday to Friday? That'll give me 2 days off to move, back at work Saturday, and then Sunday's my official moving date. And then I said, if I can't swap the rest days, with us being overstaffed, could I take unpaid leave for a day? And he says yes to both. So I might actually have that. So we've got the staff to do things, so that's why I'm not getting the extra hours, because he keeps sending messages out saying, does anyone want to take a holiday? And it's the end of our holiday year in December. Our holiday runs January to December, so which is why I'm a little bit annoyed about the moving date, because I thought that he wasn't, the landlord was sort of not dragging his heels, but it was taking a bit long, and I thought, well, he's got to give me 3 months notice, and I was getting to the point where, like, oh, it's be Christmas if he, if he gives me notice, and then I was thinking I'll be all right, and I've used all my holiday up. Well, my last bit of holidays next week. If my landlord had given me notice 2 weeks later, I could have had a week's holiday in order to move with, but sadly not. But I say this moving, it's starting to harm me financially. Obviously buying 3D printers and this, that and the other isn't helping my finances, but yeah, so there you go. So tomorrow I will have a chat with him. Oh, I'm so sorry guys. So what I just done there was I closed down the slicing software, but I've just discovered that if you've got the camera, you've got to have the slicing software running. So if you give me a moment, I will. I've got to remember how to do this now. There was a button to press about the camera. Is it not this one, is it? No, that's some kind of slicer. Right. Sorry guys, when I get better at this. Right, chip manager. Cameras. Well, how did I do that then? There was a button that come up and it said surveillance. Camera surveillance. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's simple, isn't it? Oh. Oh, there we go. Right, okay, yeah. It is a big button. Big obvious button. Right, sorry guys, So, yeah, so, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I don't want to leave. I think I have found the job that I absolutely love. It's the job that can earn me the money I need. And then once what's that lump on the top there? Oh God, I don't like that. That's a failed print, isn't it? That's a failed print. Bear with me a sec. No, it's okay. False alarm. Oh, yeah. Those lumps on the top there, I thought they were bits of print. They're actually bubbles. So I don't know if that's going to affect the print. So yeah. So are you telling me I've just sat there and just talked for ages and you haven't heard me? So okay. In a nutshell, I love the job I'm doing. I want to stay doing this job. But I'm not quite on the rota that I want, and I don't know if it's coming. There's no overtime because we're overstaffed. And like I say, sometimes I hate my job, but I love what I do. every day I go into work, I love what I do. But I've just been offered a job that's £4.5 an hour more. I won't enjoy it as much, and because it's agency, I don't know if it'll how long it'll last. But they say it's an ongoing job, and I know agency was with them about 3 years ago. Which, take that as whatever you want to think. You know, if the contract's been going for 3 years, maybe it's time to come to an end. But I can't see this company being fully staffed for a while yet. So I don't know what to do. So I'm going to have a word with my boss tomorrow. I mean, I earn enough money, so it's not like I'm desperate for the money. And I'm not. Yeah, obviously I work. The reason I go into work is money, but money's not the be all and end all. You know, you'd rather enjoy a job and get paid less for it than get paid more for a job you hate. But at the same time, you still need to earn enough money. So I get enough money now. So what are we up to? 17%. So yeah, so I'll say I'll have a word with the boss and see what happens. So yeah, just finished freaking out now because I thought that print had failed and a piece of the print had floated on the top, but it was just, I had a look and it turned out to be bubbles. Right guys, so I have still got I can't see. Oh, right, I've still got another almost 6 hours, so I'm not going to stream until it's finished. But what I might do is I might switch my camera off and just leave it running. What do you think, guys? So yeah, if I just turn my camera off. So guys, thanks ever so much. I didn't even intend to come. I didn't even intend to stream. I woke up this morning and thought, shall I stream? And then I thought, yeah, I'll have a stream. And then when it got to about 4 or 5 o'clock, I just had too much to do, and I just thought, no, I can't. Oh, I've made another kit today. It was going so swimmingly well until I got to the decals. It's all right. It's okay. I could tell you where all the issues are. I can tell you where the big issues are. Don't slap a layer of varnish onto a model and then stick VMS decal solution over the top about 10 minutes after it's dried. That doesn't work. But so what I'm doing is I'm doing the 12 days of Airfix starter set at Christmas, and I tried to do the 12 days of Craftmas last year, but do you know what, 2 months preparing for it actually isn't enough time. It takes more effort than that. So I've been cracking away at Airfix starter sets. I've got 12 in total to do. This Hawk is number 7, so tomorrow I might start on another one. Do you know what, in an ideal world that would be the case, but no, they won't. Oh, this is another thing as well. So there's 3 pay levels. There's the service bus drivers, which is a different company name. It's part of the same group. It's the depot that we work out of. They get 50p an hour less than me. Then there's the rate that I'm on for doing what we call northbound. So the northbounds go to Aberdeen, Inverness and Edinburgh. And then you've got the London, which is £1.50 an hour more. But obviously that goes to London. And that's why you earn more money, because you get a meal allowance of 14 quid for every run you do, and you get more money. Now, the service bus drivers have just had a pay rise. So they're now actually only on 50p, and they used to be on £1.50 an hour less than me. Oh, sorry, I got something's caught my leg, and it's, you know, like, I think it might have been a cat claw, and you know, like when it gets like irritating when your cat gets you, sort of whatever it is. Yeah. So anyway, the service bus drivers have had £1 an hour pay rise, so they're now only on 50p an hour less than me, but they're short of bus drivers. So if I transferred over to service buses, I could do a lot more hours, so I could earn more money than I'm earning now, mainly because of the hours. Obviously, a lot of hours at 50p an hour less is more money. But then if I'm going to do service bus work, I might as well go over to First Group and get £4.5 an hour more than I'm getting now, and do the same sort of work. So it's I suppose the main question really is, am I being greedy, or am I chasing the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? I finally got when I was young and living with my parents, and the amount of rent I paid my parents was based on the wage that I was earning. I could do a job that I liked, and I could walk out of a job, and that was a great life. If I didn't like the job, I'd leave and get another job. But then the last 25 years, since being a proper adult, and I have to pay bills and things, then obviously I need, sometimes you have to do a job that you don't particularly like because you need to pay the bills. But now I'm in a position where I do. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be sort of all, oh, look at me, but I do all right. So it's not all about the money. Anyway, this isn't what this is all about. 3D printing, isn't it? I think there's resin stuck to the bottom of those posts, you know. If you look at that middle post, it's all grey, isn't it? And it's not running off. It's like it's got solid resin stuck to it. I'm sure it hasn't. I'm not going to worry about it. Right, guys, so I'm not going to end the stream. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it running, but I'm going to actually come off the stream. It's another 5 hours and 45 minutes till it finishes, so I'll let it run. I'll set my alarm for 7 o'clock, and once it's finished I'll turn the stream off, and then I'll go back to bed for a couple of hours. So thank you very much for watching. I will be in touch with you, Bearded, about that. But I did kind of want that to be a surprise, but I wanted to just drop you a message and say, oh, can I have your address? I sent a friend a present last year, and I knew he didn't want me to send him a present, so I sent him a message, and I said, can I have your address so that I can send you a Christmas card? So he gave me his address, and I sent him the Iron Maiden Spitfire, because I know he liked it. He'd mentioned it on one of his weekly updates. So but yeah, I wanted that to be a little surprise for you. I thought you'd like that, but yeah, now you know what it is. But that's because I can't keep secrets anyway. I'm terrible. So I have now entered the realm of 3D resin printing. It's probably going to cost me 20 quid a day now to print. And once I get that second printer, once I've paid this printer off, I bought this printer on that Pay in 3 on PayPal. And then I don't really want to commit to no, at the end of the day you're entitled to earn as much as your skills are worth. If a company thinks you're worth more, then why not go to them? Yeah, but again, I've got to play the happiness, haven't I? Happiness is worth more. So yeah, anyway, I'll have a chat with my boss tomorrow. If the boss says, yeah, you're going to be about 3 years on this list, then I'm going to say, oh, I'm not waiting, or I'll come back in 3 years. Yeah, so I bought this print has been bought on that PayPal Pay in 3. um, I will say I am a responsible borrower. I've got myself in massive debt in the past before, because you sit, you sit at your wage, you look at your wages and you go, yeah, I'm paying this much. If I get that, it's a fiver a week. I can afford an extra fiver a week. And then the next thing you're paying an extra tenner a week, and then an extra fiver on top of that, and it all adds up. So this printer is costing me, well, I told you the figures, didn't I? 232 pound and 156. That's 400 quid spread over. Sorry about that, guys. I caught with my foot and it pulled it out. So yeah, I've got plans to get another couple of. I'm going to get a bigger bed 3D resin printer so I can print the big ones off. That'll get used occasionally, and then I want to get a big bed PLA. By the time I get the next 3D resin printer, I'll have moved house, so I'll get the 3D printers I've got in the attic down. I've got a load of PLA up there as well, but it's been up there for 4 years, so it's most likely no good. I'll give it a try, but I doubt it's going to work. So if I can get the 3D, I think I've got a big 3D printer, a CR10, is it for 500 mil by 500 mil bed, and I've got 1 or 2 Ender 3s, which are smaller ones. I like the Ender 3s. They're cheap, but they're no frills cheap. The basics that work, and it's just so simple. If that part breaks, you get rid of it and you put a new one in. Nozzle blocks, get it out, get another one in, and it's just nice and simple, and it does the job. So I'll see if I can get those working, but they only work for smaller prints. And oh, can I, Bearded? No problems. You can always print a small surprise to go with it if you want. Yes, what would you like as a small surprise? I'm sure I'll come up with something. Do you know what? I'm gonna print you an orc and say, can you paint that with a red coat? Sorry, that was mean of me. Right, guys. So that print is actually looking quite nice now. It's starting to come out of the resin now, isn't it? You see, when it lifts up, you can almost see under the bed, under the print. So the advantage of me still streaming this is that I could actually go to bed. I normally, when I go to bed, I take my phone with me and I watch YouTube videos. So I can actually watch my own YouTube video of my stream. Apparently there's a way you can watch it remotely on... Oh! Yes, because I went onto Play Store and I tried to I searched Elegoo, because I thought print software would be Elegoo, wouldn't it? Maybe because I'm actually showing this through the power of Chitu Box or whatever it's called. Maybe that's what I need to be looking at. Sorry, I just had a mention on Facebook. Let me have a look. Play Store. Search. CHU Chitu Box. No, there's nothing. Right. Okay. Right, okay, so thank you very much for watching, guys. Like I say, I'll leave the stream running, but I'm going to disappear, so I won't see any of your comments. So take care, guys. See you later.